It's Monday night. I'm back now, ready to play some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles number 2, Resolve. And, yeah, we're gonna start with what I think is, the last trial we did was a view into the past. So, you know, kind of setting up, I'm pretty sure whoever the writers are, they had to set up for a bit more of this one, so they made that first one. Where in the very end we got the collar, the Baskerville collar. It had a big ornate bee on it. It looked like a dog collar, but it was huge and it had blood on it. And correlates to the story that Iris wasn't allowed to publish at the end of the first one called The Hound of the Baskervilles that somehow Susato knew the name of, even though she told no one. Anyway, lots of shit going on, lots of questions to answer, so I'm going to go ahead and start this and see if we can't get to the bottom of some shit. Alright, episode 3, let's go. The Return of the Great Departed Soul.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
I'd never heard of it, to be fair.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park.
It sounds like that one
Welcoming
really old
over
convention in the
50
US.
million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century.
Okay.
Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
Sounds pretty awesome so far.
As regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter.
What about me?
For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
And not the guy in court
Like
that
the
keeps doing
centerpiece
crazy
of the
flips.
Great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
It wouldn't be a Japanese game if it didn't have a giant crystal tower in it somewhere. In London, this time.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Absolutely packed with people.
The weather is unusually
I like this guy's
fine,
voice.
and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
One of those falls off halfway through the next century, but one of those sticks through.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
He's not wrong.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
This guy, he did it. I'm gonna call it right now. This guy did it. I don't think that's anywhere near true, but... Hey, Gengar, how you doing, buddy? Welcome in, sir. How's your night going? Are you doing something fun with your time, I hope? I don't want another Michael gif later. But welcome in. Tell me how your day went. Tell me how your weekend was. What did you do over the weekend, sir? If I'm gonna come over there and visit you guys, I'm gonna need some concrete evidence that we're gonna have some fun. So, I hope you did something fun.
A world first! A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine!
Kinesis machine. He's gonna move objects with his machine? It sounds like a forklift. You gonna get that Michael gif? Man. I'm here talking to you, I shouldn't get it.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Oh, it's a teleporter. Got it.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Oh, in goes the dude with the hat. Okay. Maybe he's our victim, I guess.
In but a few moments from now,
I was just saying make DRC and Dragon and Miso come to my job to see me in Dallas. Oh, you work with Dallas? I didn't know that. Okay. We might have to then, but I'm still trying to work out the time frame with Spooker, because there's some ways that it could be easier and some ways that it could be harder, but you don't have to worry about that. Just another day at work, boring as fuck. You know what? Yeah, that was what my day was like too, but here I am, I'm like 2 tequila shots deep and on my second seltzer, so I'm feeling good. I am ready to vocalize the shit out of this, but luckily he's doing it all for me right now. No, bring Dallas. Oh, all of them. Where do you work, Gengar? I mean, if you work at like a live construction zone, I don't think we can bring everyone just to see you, but if you work at like a GameStop, that seems much easier.
These gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air, to arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one! Yes! Woo!
I'm kind of hoping you tested this before, sir.
Yes!
I forgot my controller needs to be off my desk.
Please! That's not what I'm working.
Boy, he sounds really nerdy. I wonder if I can get that voice. Northern Tool, like an Ace Hardware store, but better quality items. Okay, that's not too bad then. We'll see. I mean, I'm gonna have a lot of time to fill, so nothing's really out of the question right now. But we'll see whenever I figure out when I'm gonna be there. But apparently the overarching goal is just the Renaissance Fair, either Friday or Saturday, I think. But yeah, 22nd October, 9:36 a.m. Sholmes' Suite. Runo, are you listening? Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again! Oh, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today! You seem very down! Don't you agree, Hurley? Oh, he's not... Ryunosuke's not the only one, apparently. Tell him I want to see Gengar. He sent me the address. It was just so we can go before the fair. I don't think we're gonna have a lot of time before the fair. I want his balls in my mouth. I want to relive our time in Minecraft. In my defense, I barely remember that time. I was out of it, but from what I remember, it was amusing. So. I recall being in a bed because everyone wanted to sleep and pass time, but you could not help yourself and just kept teabagging me, so... Nothing wrong with that, though. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh! You're even more down! When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, you know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Big thanks. There was a lot of teabagging for both of us. That's just because we're tea enthusiasts. That doesn't implicate anyone in anything, I hope. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you right there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months?! Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh! Well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Why is he so sad? He still gets to be a detective. I don't get to do law. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know! And the Great Exhibition is opened! You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go to see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective, after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. Is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out about what's going on. Let me guess. It's time to converse. That's cool. Did I get that article? I did not. Alright, whatever. Converse. Event 6 months ago, I suppose. Doctor who? Doctor me? Doctor you? Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Wait, what was that mistake? I totally forgot. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Runo? Hey, Norman, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. How is your day going? Your evening, your afternoon, whatever it is where you are? How are you doing? And how was your weekend? What did you do? I always like to hear what people do in their free time, but Gengar has not humored me on that because he's a bad boy and needs spankings. But, that aside, Norman, please, enlighten me. Tell me how you've been, sir. It's night for you? Alright, fair enough. And how are you doing this evening? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. I just played Mahjong and Next Stream that the whole weekend. 16 hours of playing games. Well, first off, I hope you had a good game of Mahjong. I have no idea how to play that game. I've seen it frequently and often, but like even Final Fantasy XIV incorporated mahjong into the game, but I haven't touched it because I have no idea how to play it. They have a tutorial on it, but it's a long tutorial. But anyway, that aside, and next stream, so next weekend you're gonna do 16 hours of games? Wow. What kind of games are you gonna be doing for 16 hours? Is it like a specific series? Are you just gonna do one after the other? Are you doing like a charitable cause kind of thing? Or is it like a subathon? Like, I would love to hear it because I, for one, am fond of really long streams. In fact, my 37-hour stream is going to be September... Sorry, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. I'm going to start that on the 6th and end on the 8th. So it should be interesting. There are not so much players left in 14. The servers still are at capacity, but when it comes to Mahjong, I don't think there's many people playing it, that's for sure. Oh, you just played 10 hours of Mahjong and 6 hours of Shenmue. Okay. So you just did that this weekend. That's a busy weekend, sir. That's, like, props to you. 16 hours in a row is a long time. Not so much players left in 14. You meant Mahjong? Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. There's not a lot of 14 players that play it, that's for sure. Better play it on the Mahjong Soul website. A website that specializes in it, I would assume, has a much bigger audience for it, but good to know. If I ever want to try Mahjong out, I'll try it out on that site. But still, busy weekend, but I hope you enjoyed it. 16 hours is a lot of stream time. And I would know. No waiting time for that? Okay. If Mahjong ever starts to tickle my fancy, I will remember that. Right now, in my free time, I have been playing Deathloop, which I tried to stream once, but I guess at the time it was just, like, really buggy, so I could get to a certain point, but the game would crash. And in that game, if you don't get through the entire section, like, regardless of how much progress you've made, like, if you start here, and you go straight to the goal, like, that's fine, but I like to, like, go zigzag and explore everything, but if it crashes in the middle of that, doesn't matter what happened, you go right back to the beginning, so I decided not to stream that one, but it's been fun in the off time, so. Anyway, the whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, and finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on? Do you mean those things fly? Yes, of course! They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. So Sholmes could power one himself. Nice, good to know. Sounds like any NES game. Well, Deathloop was a little more modern than that, but yes, that's very fair. That is a fair comparison. I don't know why there's not quick saves in between, but... oh, it's probably because they don't want people to, like, abuse the fact that you could, like... It's very... There's no linear path. They give you an objective and you can accomplish it in many ways, but I don't think they want people abusing it. I don't know. I don't know the reasoning, but that's just how they made it, so I gotta work with it. Lost all the lives, 3 hours of the progress. That's why I stopped streaming it. Absolutely, yeah. But it's still a fun game. I've been enjoying it since I've been playing it off stream and it's not been crashing, so. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Yay! Finally, I got the frickin' news article. Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Ooh, sneaky, sneaky. Oh my gosh. Norman, thank you so much for the gift sub, sir. I really appreciate that, man. It means a lot. And I don't know if Bougie's here. I highly doubt he is, but I hope he enjoys that once he comes back on. But thank you so much, Norman. You are awesome, sir. And that song is freaking awesome too, but apparently Twitch doesn't like it, so I may have to change it up in the future. But yeah. Okay, so not that this is any correlation, it's a slight correlation, but when I do the 37-hour Resident Evil stream on, I forgot what day I said again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 6th of September, I'm gonna make it so that every 5 gift subs that everyone contributes, I'm gonna do hot sauce, some really bad hot sauce on stream. I don't know if you've ever seen the show Hot Ones, but they always have that one at like number 7 or number 8 called Da Bomb, which is absolutely terrible. But I have it in my kitchen, so I'm gonna make it so that if people are generous enough, I'm just gonna subject myself to pain. So, by the way, 10 Resident Evil games left for me until RE4 Remake. Congratulations, sir. That means... Yeah, that means you have some time, because RE4 Remake, I think, is supposed to be March next year. If they don't push it back, which they most likely will, in my opinion, but we'll see. But yeah, if you can fit 10 Resident Evil games in between now and March, that's the perfect time to just roll it over and just be like, alright, brand new one, let's go! You know? That'd be pretty cool. And tomorrow you start Mercenaries on the 3DS. Is that a whole separate Resident Evil game? I thought Mercenaries was just like an additional mode on some of them. I didn't know they released like a whole separate spin-off to it. Did you finish Darkside Chronicles? Or was it Umbrella Chronicles? You said you were playing one of the Chronicles. Did you finish that one already? I'll have to check that out. Because I feel bad. I feel like I may have missed it. Playing 6 hours every single day. I will play more than it. Oh man, okay, that's fair. Yes, finished a week ago, The Dark Side. Did you enjoy it? I thought I forgot what stories they had. I think it was like 2 Code Veronica and then the one with Krauser, which the one with Krauser I thought was slightly interesting because, you know, it's the mission that Leon and Krauser met. But at the same time, it's like, does it really matter? Because we all know what happens to him, but... Yeah, it was that's what I mean. It was the prequel. Yeah, it was Leon and Krauser's first mission together. That's how they met. But yeah, I thought it was interesting, but not phenomenal. You know, it was okay. 3DS, it's a standalone. Okay, I'll definitely have to check out your stream then, because I've never seen that one. Mercenary standalone on 3DS. I feel like I'm not an official fan now. Fuck. But when I do the stream, I know I'm going to be doing a randomizer for Resident Evil 1 again, because I really like that. That was a fun one. In 2 secret episodes, he will comment why he changed the sides. I know I've played them, but, like, it was such a long time ago, and I feel like it wasn't such a priority at that time. It just kind of in one ear and out the other, so... Anyway, let's read up on this. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Okay, nothing here. Ooh. Whoa, the Reaper attacked. Did someone attack Baron von Zeeks? So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. It's supposed to be what Mr. Sholmes is talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Okay, that's all important and all, but what about this lost cat? We gotta find the cat, guys! No, I'm kidding. I think that's all I needed to look at, though. And you were saying... just because of some trauma during the mission, he decided to use virus on himself. Yeah, that part I do remember. Something about, like, the last fight, he, like, injected himself with the virus, and then during the fight, if you're playing as Krauser, you can, like, hear kind of like the virus in the back of his head or something. Did you know there was an old novel about Sherlock versus the Reaper? Not by Doyle. I think you spelled it wrong, but I think I know what you... like, not by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. That's fair. I did not know that, though. I don't know a lot about Sherlock Holmes stories, honestly. Like, I know who he is, and his, like, arch enemy and all that. But no, I didn't know there was a Sherlock versus Reaper novel. Did it mean, like, a Reaper like this, where, like, there's someone nicknamed the Reaper? Or, like, is it supposed to be a metaphor of him against the Grim Reaper? You don't know what spelling in English? Ah, it's... I believe in English it's D-O-Y-L-E. Like that. But it's cool. The real Reaper, the Grim Reaper. Damn, that sounds pretty cool. Sherlock Holmes versus the Grim Reaper? That sounds like an awesome story. I might have to look into that. Nah, he was just thinking and using it. I thought he was thinking about it and then he used it, and then while fighting the giant boss at the end, there were, like, new thoughts coming into his head about how, like, this is awesome and stuff, or you gotta do more, or something like that. I don't know. The real Reaper, who was a maniac in Victorian time. Oh, Jack the Reaper. Oh, you mean Jack the Ripper? Yeah, Jack the Ripper. I think you might be referring to that. Who was a maniac in Victoria. No, I'm familiar with Jack the Ripper. I think it's Jack the Ripper. Okay, now you got me Googling stuff. Hold on. Jack the... yeah, Jack the Ripper. Serial killer. Unidentified. Active in East London in 1888. Okay. That also sounds like an amazing story. Shit, I lost my chat. There you are. But yeah, that still sounds like an amazing story. No, we're going to talk about your gloomy mood first, not the Reaper. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? Hey, Spooker, thank you so much for the resubscribe. For 18 months, Jesus Christ. That's a year and a half. Holy crap. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. You definitely earned the VIP and Founder badge. But welcome in, Casey. Welcome in. How you doing today? I hope you're having a good night. How was your weekend? What did you do? What did you get up to? I know you streamed a bunch of Prey, which I caught, you know, some of that when I could. And it made me kind of want to revisit it, but at the same time, like... that is a big game to revisit. I'm in the middle of Deathloop right now, so I might finish that first and then go back, but welcome in. Welcome in. I was just talking to Gengar about, you know, plans for October, so he really wants you guys to come visit him at work for some reason. I know he puts on the tough guy act, but he's a real softie inside, apparently, so... You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add. It's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley! What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. I feel like you don't do that at all. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zieks was attacked. It's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yeah, Prosecutor Beric Van Zieks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper is someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yep. We saw it that one time. At the thing, with the guy who was like, ha, I'm clearly evil, but I'm out, bitch, and then he died the next day. So, it was really sus. Super sus. Although we figured out the reason for that. I had a too-short weekend and missed work today, and slept all day because of lady issues giving me bad cramps and anemia causing lightheadedness. My phone didn't alert me for your stream, even though I thought I fixed it. Clearly you made it, so I appreciate that, even though it sounds like you had a rough day, and I'm so sorry to hear that. That really sucks. I wish I had more to say about that, but honestly, just, I feel for you. I really do. I'm sorry. I sent you a message yesterday or Saturday, but I know you take your time. You're having a rough day. Just get to me when you can. Totally cool. But I hope you're feeling at least a little bit better now, or at least tomorrow. I hope you have a better day. But thank you for joining us. I'm going to give you some terrible British accents to maybe lull you back into sleep. Okay. Anyway. Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. I'm sorry. I feel like there was a lot to unpack there. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid, so they don't care. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation. So, if a crime boss gets taken by the Reaper, like Magnus McGilded did in the last game, are you saying his subordinates retaliate? Oh, they retaliate on the Reaper. That's why he was attacked. Got it. Got it. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness. Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. That rhymed. Do you think they meant to rhyme? It is Old Britain, so probably. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Oh, Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Ah, ready to go out, Sholmes? Apparently. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are shameless liars sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Oh! Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door. Oh, and you're ready to go too. Alright then, Runo, let's get going! Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition! You're going to take me! What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, well that sounds fun too! You're gonna take me there then! You know these main characters, they can't go anywhere without the female sidekick. So, I guess if Susato's not here, it's gotta be Iris. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course! And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition! Sure, whatever floats your little boat. Still gotta figure out why her dad died, but don't tell her that. That's a secret, and you're not allowed to tell anyone. Well, you're not allowed to tell her. Everyone else knows, just not her. Alright, let's go see the Lord Chief Justice, who I have no idea his voice. But I remember him. He's obsessed with time. 22nd October, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. Some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Okay, she made herself comfortable. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Alright, well, you enjoy that. Oh. Oh, I love this place! I always find so many interesting books over here! Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Ah, right, when she was being sent. Yeah. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. I don't know what to do for this guy, I'm gonna be honest. Because Sherlock has my regular British accent, Van Zieks has my like, kind of deeper, breathy accent, and Gregson has my big mustached, throaty, like, alleyway accent. I don't know how else to put it. That's how it goes in my head. What would I do for this guy, though? Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well? Oh my gosh. What voice does this guy get? He's Chief Justice. He's got to be fancy as fuck British accent, right? So I got to do something in that regard. But how do I make a fancy one? I could just do loud, deep British accent, as opposed to just normal Holmes and breathy Van Zieks. Let's see, since you've arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. He says that sarcastically. I would probably say that genuinely, because I do that quite often, but you guys all know that already, so. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with the petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Oh, $10 says I know where Chapter 5 takes place. Anyway. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Bruno! Just take a deep breath and come out with it! Let me guess. You want to know about your friend, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh. Well, okay, let's talk about permission to work first. I don't know. Fuck. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of the foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Ugh, here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank you! Thank you so much! That's wonderful news, Runo! In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course! Please, tell me more. A curious affair. What a title for the next topic. I guess that makes sense, right? You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yes, I read about it! A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis? As in, moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right! It's just what my herbal blends need! A dash of devil-may-care! Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Asman, an inventor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion? A man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still, it's not like I haven't been there before, fuck. It's kind of how these games are built. We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think? Definitely. Ah, yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks? How? Okay, you're not going to tell me about that part. I guess I got to show you the freaking article first, but let's talk about the Science Symposium. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. Ah! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly, the future of policing. Ah! Iris, calm the fuck down. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. Ah! I didn't even need to wait for that one. I knew that was coming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Why are these words in red? You ask, I don't know myself, but they will be important. 12, 223. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. I don't know. Maybe it's a safe code. I have no idea. If we have to come back and that's like a code to a safe, oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway. Sorry? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. What? Oh, how fascinating! It all began 15 years ago. I was... Whew, that took a lot out of my voice. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. She went to go read. Look at that. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Alright, let's back out real quick, and then present, and then this newspaper. Go. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper! What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. Considering he's the only prosecutor we've gone up against in this foreign land. You'd think one or two other ones would exist, but no, all we see is Van Zieks every time. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman. Wait. So, you're telling me that the guy that attacked Van Zieks yesterday is the same one that died in this exhibition accident by Mr. Hairbrain? Again, these names are friggin' ridiculous, but... Did you say Asman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition! No, I just established that, thank you. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with a mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Okay, well thank you, bye! Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late? What the fuck? Okay. Literally the same thing I said, just a lot more PG. 11 hours late, that's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Yeah, good point. He's just keeping them waiting. Oh, yes. Where would I find Lord Van Zieks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Nay. Okay. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Right, are we going to find the secret safe somewhere? There's got to be a safe. Oh, I can go both directions. really doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Let's look at his desk anyway. The Lord Chief Justice's desk. When you look at that, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority, is there?
But the light from that window behind is far too bright. It would be very bad for the eyes.
I hadn't thought of that. There are no curtains, that's for sure.
What's more important? Having a desk with an air of authority, or having eyes that work?
I can't say I'd ever considered it. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of, and I haven't really seen my desk in a while. Alright, well, I'm not going to bother checking more than that, and trust me, I'm sure there's going to be an important plot point that I have to find here that I'm just kind of going over. But anyway, let's go to the prosecutor's office, because it has an exclamation point. This is going to be the best friend I grew up with again, isn't it? 22nd October, prosecutor's office. That picture over there.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Brr, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that? That hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. Dude, you can tell from his gloves. What are you doing here? Ah. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. I guess that makes sense. They have the same sword thing. Yeah. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Alright, first time I've talked to him outside of a courtroom. Let's talk about last night's attack. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True, carried out by henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Asmon. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. The fact that I could fit that into one breath was kind of impressive. Mr. Asmon died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right, though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. What? What is a contemporary? I'm gonna Google that real quick. Contemporary. A person or thing living or existing at the same time as another. So just someone that went to school with him? Wow, you couldn't have just said that? Okay, way to be fancy. I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths really crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Ugh. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. Who else but Van Zieks? It's Van Zieks, Van Zieks. You never really know who he's prosecuting next. Okay, no, we all know. It's every single thing right Naruhodo does. Plus, apparently, some extra stuff that he doesn't handle. But that's another story. Anyway. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the... That's Zoidberg. Hey, Mochi, how you doing? Thank you for the Zoidberg. Love a good Zoidberg. And there's your bunny ears. Hold on. I gotta adjust my headphones now if this is gonna stay on my fucking head. But how you doing, Mochi? Welcome on in. How's your afternoon going? How was your weekend? Tell me all about it. I would like to know what you've been up to. In the meantime, but you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper's the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. He's doomed.
Sorry, what? What's Lord Van Zieks thinking? Alright, just don't tell us anything, you asshole. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean? Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. You tried to prosecute an innocent girl, like, last game. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, I'm pretty good. Had the morning home alone. Nice, Mochi. Very nice. I hope you enjoyed that thoroughly. It sounds like a good time to just let loose. That's for sure. Woo. Give me a sec. Ba-da-ba-da. Thank you, Ali, for the resubscribe for 17 months. Wow. Thank you so much, dude. That means a lot to me. You're the best, man. Everyone resubscribing today. That's awesome. How are you doing, Ali? Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us today. How has your day been? How's your evening going? How was your weekend? Tell me all about it. I have an appointment in an hour, so I need to make a phone call. Totally understandable. I still appreciate the fact that you dropped in to say hi, Mochi. You are more than welcome to bail when you need to. I'll be around for at least 4 more hours, so you got time. I hope it's a good appointment, not a bad appointment, so... Haha, I wish I was the best. You don't want me to bore you. LOL. I don't want to hear that, Ali. Everyone in our group can argue that you are one of the coolest, dude. And it's not boring. It's just catching up. I just like to know what you guys have been up to. I know my weekend, I don't think I did anything Friday, but Saturday I had friends come over, went to Korean barbecue, and then went to a friend's house, and they all came to our house, and then we played a bunch of board games and had too much to drink, and then I did my usual thing where I slept until like 1 p.m. on Sunday, and then ran some errands and just, you know, did things that were slightly productive. But if that, I don't consider that boring, it's just a story. That's how I spent my weekend. I don't want to make the phone call. That's fair. I'm not big on phone calls either, but I have to take them. For my job, mostly. But I get it. The one that ditched me 2 weeks ago? So, it's not an appointment, like a medical appointment. It's more of just a social appointment. Because that's slightly less concerning. I mean, I still hope it goes well, obviously, that you guys can, like, meet up and hang out or something, but I'm just glad nothing is medically wrong with you. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor was Ginny, in fact. She ever so hardworking now.
She's ever so hard, whatever. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hands of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zeeks. Anyway. Oh, the employment aid. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a bullshit appointment, too. That... I still remember how irritated that made me. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but hopefully this time they actually won't be complete assholes and just leave you, you know, hanging. I'm assuming I don't have to talk to him anymore, but I have to look around a bit, which I really want to do, because he's got a lot of fucking wine and chalices. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault. Silly me, how could I ever have thought otherwise? Let's just say this weekend was enlightening. Oh, do tell. Do tell, I want to know. I want to know, how is it enlightening? I just got news today that my student loan might be forgiven, so I'm super excited about that. That's great news for me. And then any amount that I paid towards it will most likely be refunded because I went to a school that was predatory, involved in lawsuits, that kind of stuff. So, you know, great news. But I would love to hear why your weekend was so enlightening, my friend. I am all ears. These two specifically. If I had a third one, you'd have it too, but I am short ears, so you just get the two. That's why I have to make the phone call. I want to make sure... Oh, okay. Well, that's even better, Mochi. I mean, obviously, yes, phone calls aren't great, but, like, calling to check that they're in so that you don't waste time driving there just to be disappointed, that's being productive and preemptive. Preemptive, that's what I'm thinking. Preemptive. But yes, please tell me what was so enlightening, my friend. He's got a chessboard like Edgeworth does. That's funny. Lord Van Zeek's desk, look, it's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
Let's look at this giant painting of Van Ziek's. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Ziek's facial features. Oh, is that his dad?
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artists exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
As they used to do often in old pictures, but I'm sure you guys all knew that. I've been dealing with the fact that I'm in love with my best friend, but it's a complicated situation. Not to sound cliche and quote Beauty and the Beast, but that is a tale as old as time, my friend, yeah. A lot of us can relate to that. Yep, see? Mochi can't... I don't know why I'm pointing up. Mochi... That way. Chat's over there. Although... whatever. You know what? Direction doesn't matter. People can relate, but... I'm sorry that you have to deal with that. That is complicated. I would love to help with that, but that kind of story involves a lot of context, so... I sat down with her mom, and we talked for a bit yesterday. She told me some things that I hadn't thought about. Well, that's good. I mean, her mom would definitely have some more insight into sides that you might not know about. It's not bad, but it's going to take time. Okay. Well, that's relatively positive. Absolutely. I mean, if you're willing to invest the time, then it's just kind of a path from there that I'm sure you'll be able to navigate. But I'm sorry you have to deal with all the complications and you can't just throw yourself all in, but I get it. Been there. So is Mochi. So is a lot of people that watch this, I'm sure. But, you know, take it slow, you know, gauge interests, and just do your best to be, you know, the awesome dude that I know you are, and I'm pretty sure she'll fall for you. Yeah, mine was bad. Yeah, it was, Mochi. I'm sorry. That's a rough situation. You still have to keep me updated on now that he actually is, you know, reaching out to you again. No, it's fine. I'm totally okay with it, bro. I'm on fire right now. Good. I'm glad you're pumped up at least. That's a very good way to think about it. I mean, that must mean that whatever her mom told you got you going. You know, reignited that fire. Like you're all in. Glad to hear that, dude. Glad to hear it. Yeah. I'm starting to get into my own head about my history, but we can talk about that off stream. I don't really want to share that here, but I am glad that yours is good, buddy. That's all. I'll end it there. I'm glad you're doing well. Sounds like you had a wonderful weekend. Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain! That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? It's his dad. $10. $10. It's his dad. No, maybe his brother. It could be his brother. I don't know.
Ooh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground!
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person?
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ah!
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Ugh, I really didn't think you'd overhear that. Next side. Alright, keep going. Now let's look at his friend. It really looks like a punishment to me. Sorry, she's told me in so many words this can work, but I need to alter a few things. Really? Is it like a few situational things? Like for me personally, if I ever tried to date someone long distance before the actual dating part the distance would need to be closed before I take it seriously. Well, I could take things seriously long distance, but like before we got serious. But hopefully it's like situational things and not personality-based things, because if it's personality-based things, I don't know how really cool that is, but I'm sure you understand. But, we are just friends. I told him that's all we are going to be, even though sometimes I lack conviction. For you, Mochi, if that's all you want out of it, and that's, you know, if you want to stay focused on that track because you lack conviction, whenever you start to, like, turn the other way, I would just remind yourself of why you're doing that, or why you need the conviction. Because as long as you keep hold onto those reasons, you should be able to keep yourself on that track that you want to go down, as opposed to the one that you end up falling down, if that makes sense. So that's the best advice I can give for you. But hey, if you guys are getting along as friends, that's great news. Because I know it's been a while since you guys talked, so I got the same thing to an extent, and I'm totally okay with it, but I can't help how I feel. You mean you got the same thing from, like, what Mochi said? Like, that's what she said to you? But she already told you in so many words it could work, but things need to change. I'm gonna need to hear your story out, Ollie, all the way. Because I'm interested. I don't necessarily need, like, if you don't want input, that's cool, but I would like to just hear the story. I'm a sucker for a good story. But that's why I'm playing story-based games like this. I will get directions right on this camera someday. That way, that way. Like this. There we go. I should just remember that I can point to it here, and it's the same direction. I think too much about the camera sometimes when I have it on. Oh god, I didn't mean to hit that button!
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
Okay. You'll catch me up? Alright, alright. We'll have to find the day to play something and just chat and shoot the shit. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
I don't know, rigor mortis is a bitch. Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead!
Well, I still wanted to talk to him. Fuck. That's a lot of arrows. There's bats over here. What the fuck? Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there.
Cask in the Reaper's chamber! Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them? Dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. I did not just assume you turned dead people into wine.
Rune and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Okie dokie. These are bats. Why are there bats? Oh god. Oh, they were bats!
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Well, cool! Nice little jump scare in a Phoenix or Ace Attorney game. I didn't see that one coming. Oh. Alright, there's nothing else to check, right? No, not really. Okay. Can I present him anything? Here's my badge. Nope. I meant to do this. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but... What is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer. In Japan, at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well... I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. No, Suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. He keeps covering his badge here. Is that important to him? Like in the same way the armband's important to me? Sure, let's show him this. Hey, remember that time you got attacked? Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. Yeah, that dude. Right over there. This guy. This guy in the cloak. Anyway, sorry, what'd you say? I can't be hurt like that again. It was so shit. I can't go back to how it was because I'll hold out hope that he hasn't changed. Yes. You do need to let him go. At least romantically. Especially if, like, you tried to go down that path before and it didn't work out. So, the staying friends part, super important. So whenever you start to, like, fall off that path, just remind yourself you tried, it didn't go well, but the friends is fine. And so, because of that, like, I guess, from my experience, don't hold out hope like that. Like, don't sit there and be like, hopefully one day he'll turn around and change his mind, because you're just going to torture yourself like that. Just keep reminding yourself, you tried, it didn't go well. Even if you start to hold out hope, just kind of be like, nope, it didn't go well. But, you know, you can't help it, obviously. It's like, there's always going to be hope. But it's not on you to pursue that at all. It's in their, the ball is in their court. If they ever change their mind, they can come to you about it. And if you still feel the same at that time, then you can make those decisions. But for now, stick to the friend path. Don't deviate. If you do, remind yourself why you're sticking to that, and just keep going. That's honestly the best thing I can advise. Not that I'm an expert at all, but you know, when I went through something similar, that's just how I got through it. I can't go back to more than friends even if I want that part back. I get it. I get it. But it's not about what you want. It's about what they want. So, and I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? It took a newspaper article to get him to talk. Okay, whatever. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you were to Hurley then, Runo.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask? On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. Why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Is that Sherlock Holmes? That'd be really funny if it was Holmes. Ah! The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. Okay, cool. Nice chat. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice, anyway? Hmm? Oh, no, I mean... Sorry, I didn't mean to... the way you stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture.
Hey, ass butt.
It couldn't be. Sorry. Oh, sorry, hold on. Well, I didn't finish the... Oh, man. I don't know what was the last sentence. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. Oh, it couldn't be. Oh, does he think it's Kazuma? I think he thinks it's Kazuma. Sorry. What the hell? Oh my god, when I scroll on the chat, it does that. Fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna leave it here, because then I do... Okay. Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh? What's that? Sorry. Okay, now we're here. So that guy redeemed a German accent. Work in progress. Mochi, can you refund him that? Because that... I don't know if I'm going to be able to fulfill that request while I'm playing a game where I'm doing different accents for everyone. Does that make sense? Like, I would love to do that next stream or when I'm playing something that doesn't require all these voices. But at the moment, I don't think I'll be able to honor that request. So then put on a hat. Well, which hat do you want, dude? You got to specify. He literally said he wasn't attracted to me. How can I ever like... You can't. But that's why I'm saying, like, don't deviate from that friend class. Hold on to your conviction. Continue this later? That's fine. Who else would it be? Won't let me redeem any sounds. Pick a sound then. Aspot. Aspot's a great sound. That's one of my favorite sounds. Put on a random hat. Okay. You can't, but you will when you get home. Okay, cool. I thought you were going to make a phone call. This one's probably the easiest. Because I can keep it on for a long time. Oh, come on, get out of there. There we go. Oof. All right. Oh, God. I am losing my mind. There's my cords. Don't want to trip on anything. All right. See when you get back, Mochi, and you finally finished that goal I set for Sea of Thieves. Now I don't know what else to do. Well, congratulations on meeting your goal, that guy. Glad that you were able to complete it. Did you get some nice stuff from it, I hope? And how you doing, by the way? Thanks for dropping in. I forgot to say thank you. How was your evening? How was your weekend? What have you been up to, sir? I would love to hear about it. That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san, after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. If anything, I'm just sure he wants to know that one of the people he was after in court didn't fall prey to the curse. Because he was in court twice. So, according to the cursed, he should be dead, but he's not. So, I think he's just happy to hear that not all of the people died of the Reaper, you know? Finally bought the Dark Adventurer ship set. That sounds pretty cool. Is that like ship skin for your new personal ship? Well, 99% of it, all of it except for the figurehead, which I didn't like. That's okay. Mixing and matching is part of the fun of being unique and whatnot, so I get it. I did it. I made the call. Nice. I hope they're in. Are they in? Are they not going to waste your time this time? Because if they waste your time again, you got to smack someone. Honestly, you don't want to hear about my weekend. That's up to you. I don't mind having someone vent. Totally cool. I'm gonna crash and try to get some sleep, but I'll catch you up later, my dude. All right, Allie. Take care, sir. Thank you so much for the resubscribe. Really appreciate it. You get some good sleep, and I look forward to hearing about this situation of yours that's, according to what you said, is going very positively for you. So, you know, fingers crossed for you, my friend. But have a good sleep. Voicemail? Ugh. So they just left you out to dry so far? That's annoying. It's one of the most expensive cosmetics in the whole game. I mainly wanted it to flex. Yeah, that's kind of why everyone buys the expensive stuff, I think. It's just to flex on it. But understandable. I love my Nightwolf ship set too much. Might use it on my second ship. How many ships can you get? I mean, I know they introduced, like, owning your own ship now, but how many ships can you get if you get a second ship? Or do you have to make, like, a second character for that? Because that would make sense. Hope the thing works out. Yeah, me too. Me too, Mochi. I hope Allie's thing works out. But yeah, good night, guys. Allie. Good night, Allie. It's because it's that one guy, Allie, so I almost said guys. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper... I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. A mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Harebrained. Yeah, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Alright. Goodbye, Van Zieks. Good talking to you. I'm going to jail. There he is. Crazy old Harebrained. 22nd October, local prison, cell 11. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh! There's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner, look! What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrained, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrained? Alright, this voice is going to be difficult. I am going to be struggling with this one, but I'm going to try to make it... Obviously, he looks super nerdy, so I'm going to make him super nerdy, even though he had voice acting earlier, but I don't think I'm going to be able to match that one. So, you need to max out your ship stats to then buy it. Ah, makes sense. Okay. You can buy as many as you have the patience to grind for. That's fair. That's a lot of ship stats, but understandable. That's good to know. Then you can really mix up your fleet. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer? Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Huh. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. Oh, right. I can't even examine. That's funny. You need to reach legendary status with a ship type to then own another. Is reaching legendary status with a ship type kind of like a reputation thing as well? Or does it work like reputation? You just gotta grind for it? Alright, let's talk about yesterday's demonstration. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Ah! Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure,
but at the same time, it was a great success.
You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asmund was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However...
The machine exploded and Mr. Asmund in fact perished?
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asmund was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But... Murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident.
I see.
Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly? Yeah, reputation? Okay, that makes sense. So now, as well as, like, faction reputations, now you kind of have, like, ship reputations. That's... Boy, that's a lot of grinding. I don't know how you do that, sir.
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Ah, yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the...
Oh, whoops.
Then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Ah, I see now. If it was an accident, he keeps his secrets. If it was murder, his secrets get revealed. Anyway, tell me about instantaneous kinesis. Huh. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes! Or rather, no. The devil is in the details, strictly speaking. There was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis!
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Oh, but I dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible.
And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach.
So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? Sounds like a deal to Ryunosuke.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. But what are the implications? What does this mean? Oops! That's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it!
Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. Man, he already knows the Jurassic Park moral of the story.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asmund.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Tell me about the Reaper's history now, Mr. Sir. I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university day? Did I say university? University days. Jesus. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Bear Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo! As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learnt what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yeah, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? Ah! I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yeah, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. But I'm going to do it anyway. Now let's talk about the victim. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research! I'm so envious! As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. Who was the engineer? Please tell me. Huh? But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Whew. It's been a long day, I apologize. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Leave it to me. Whoa, whoa. Lost my hat. Lost my head. Lost my head and my hat. All right, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Let's go to the stage. Bum ba dum bum ba da dum bum 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 ba dum bum. Woo. Ooh. Sorry. I'm a little sleepy already. Damn. 22nd October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I've felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. I finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Hmm. What's that? I can hear voices from up on this stage. Sounds like an argument. Sounds like an argument. Oh, it's Gregson. Oh, and it's her.
Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
I don't know what voice to give her, I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. Wait, I know those voices.
You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare you, if you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. I need to come up with a better one for her. I forgot what I did for her. Also, it's been 5 minutes, so I'm going to throw that on the side there. But I got to remember. Because hers, if I continue with that, it's going to sound too much like Iris's. And I might be overthinking things, but I also don't think I'm overthinking things enough. Yoo-hoo, Gregson! What are you doing up there?
Ah! No! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! Here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was the 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch his sunshine.
Sorry.
What case then? Don't tell me you're here on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling? Tisk, a measly. Easy fine, Bob. You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto. What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Otto? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. I'm not getting the female voice right.
Half a year's a long time. People can change.
No, that's not it either.
I'm an apprentice now. Learning to be a Scotland Yard detective.
I don't know what I'm doing with this one. Wow, she's with Scotland Yard now? Holy crap. Inspector Lestrade? Oh, okay, now it makes sense. I knew Lestrade, that name was familiar.
So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely.
The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls it that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right. Right, sir.
I don't know what to do with her. I'm honestly stumped. This raises a lot of questions. Alright, Gina. What the fuck you... Why am I calling her Gina? It's funnier to call her Gina. Hey, Gina. Let's go. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Jenny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise, then. Nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how I've come and I dared to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem. Nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and short of it is this. If you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what, Runo, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still alive.
Come on. You're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called.
Cool, you don't have to worry, Otto. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, that I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't worried, I'm totally fine.
I'm not doing her right. I should go more feminine, I guess.
Cool. It was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Jenny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way.
It was? How can it have been? Lay it on me. Why was this even remotely successful if someone exploded and died? Whew, sorry. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke in that whopping great bang. But where did you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there.
What? In the tower?
You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean?
Oh, wrong one.
Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with.
Really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over here.
So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off of you before, so fair's fair.
Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? I guess we'll take the sketch then. Examine. G. Not G, fuck. E. Relative position to crystal. Okay. So there's this. That's the machine. The broken window was over here. It looks like it threw someone this way. And it arched them in. While someone else went up to here to here to here. I have no clue. No idea. Absolutely not. Alright, what about the investigation, my dude? I mean, my lady. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself.
Oh, right, that. The boss said not to... The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday.
Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to be investigated either.
Why?
What, the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it?
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before.
I thought I could have had a gander on the quiet, though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from the room down there, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think all this is them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to me, Otto? Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform, above us, is he? Where the match machine can explode is?
We can try, can't we, Bruno? Gregsy will listen to us.
All right, thank you for the advice. I think we're done talking to you. I'm not entirely sure though. Is there anything I can present you? Click on the thing. There is absolutely nothing. Oh, am I still in the right zone? I just gotta look over or something. Ah! It looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here! Dropped or hid? What is this? Some part of the machine line that exploded? Maybe. It could have... Oh, whoops. I am not getting the voices right. Maybe! It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps! What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Mysterious contraption. Cool. It looks like a crossbow thing. A very fancy one, though. But we're going to examine that because we have Examine ADD. Am I supposed to be getting something from this? No, I didn't mean to close it. God damn it. I'm doing terrible. Yeah, something to examine on this freaking thing. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Yep, full-on crossbow. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Is that everything on this thing? Nope, there's a crank, because you gotta crank it. Wind it up. It looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create the tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device, then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Dude. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of the 3. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Cosma in Kyoto archery trading. Yeah, these sketchy as fuck, dude. These definitely sketchy as fuck. Looks like it's done though. Let's back out. Okay, I guess we'll just examine then. Fuck. What's this down here? I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Just one moment. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. Back into it. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I feel like the grammar on that was weird, but we're gonna roll with it.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno.
Well then what about this handkerchief, majig?
Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth?
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Giggity. Someone clip that for me, please. I really want to keep that. It looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion?
Let's make a note of it while Guineas mid-yawn.
Piece of green cloth, torn piece of canvas, and material back rubber that was found under the experimentation scorch marks the edges. Okay, cool. Should be important then if it's in my didgeridoo notebook. I guess we'll just examine the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower's shut.
Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. Amen to that, buddy. Amen to that. Alright, what's this? The exhibition. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Yes, we should, Naruhodo. Yes, we should. 22nd October. The Great Exhibition Ground. Experimentation stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up?
Ooh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course! Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Hey, Gregson, what are you doing? Ah, look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
I'm willing to bet Sherlock is up there. I was really expecting to see Sherlock up there somewhere, but let's investigate everything, guys. You know how this works. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air?
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this out...
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis, the way you flew over, blah, 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 blah. I keep clicking shit.
Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Look, 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 look. Oh, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. Anyway. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Ha! Listen up, Sunshine, even though I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty.
Oh, yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Surely that's all right, isn't it, Gregsy?
Course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runa?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Alright, first let's chit-chat with him a little bit. Government policy. Go ahead and tell us about government policy, because I know nothing about it. Using high-voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True. Twas by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot with public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, in a way.
So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, had something in my eye.
They're making it so that any tourists with brains have remained their legal property, as it were. Right through to developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the newly highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
Oh, I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are some brand new department at the Yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keep a guard.
Forensic investigation team.
Any fool could see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gregsy, he's very het up, isn't he?
Wow, that threw me off for a second. Special dispensation. Let's talk about that. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Sorry, one sec. What? Oh, there it is. Sorry. I was trying to see my time played so far, but I've had the OBS outside of my screen, so.
Are you having me out at Sunshine? It's a special dispensation for our Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did, passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to come some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this expedition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Oh, I'm not even talking his accent. Whoop, I lost it.
Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions and here are. It's also fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers and bogus contraptors.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
The scientist gets funding?
Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Highland Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. See, so you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point. Alright, well, let's keep talking about Professor Harebrain. Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time and future to education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zieks.
What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zieks mans the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is...
Sealed? Because the Reaper will get him, one way or another?
Blimey. That man's beyond me. I don't know what goes in that head of his sometimes. Talking of Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
Does he know who the actual Reaper is? The one that's been killing people? Ow. The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Lord Baron Von Zieks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yeah, I heard about the jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Ah, we doing the Jack the Ripper case? I don't know if this is the Jack the Ripper case. Because, this guy died from a teleporting machine gone wrong. But I think the Reaper they're talking about is the nickname that's given to the prosecutor in this game. But they're saying there's someone out there who's killing off all the people that the prosecutor is unable to get guilty verdicts on. So yeah, this Asman guy got off because he bribed the jury, but because he went up against the Reaper, yeah. A few trials too soon? Possibly. I imagine that the Ripper case is either going to be the next one. Well, there's only 2 left after this one, but I don't know. I can't imagine it's going to be the last one, but maybe it is. I could be wrong. Who knows?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if no one killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind.
You what?
He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change them. Do you have any idea what it was?
No clue.
Really?
Look, I got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself as well, eh?
Wow, she was not happy with that death stare. Can I show him something? What's this? No, I don't need to examine it again. As a detective, what do you make of this?
Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10 I find clues turn out to be red herrings. So there's every chance that's totally irrelevant.
Actually, a fairly persuasive argument. Oh, I forgot to examine this. Whoops. Fucking hell. Let's turn it over. It looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. You're on fire today, Runo. Whatever. Guess it's nothing. Alright, let's look around, guys. Let's look at this big thing. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think.
Touch anything and I'll make sure I'll kill you before I'll get strung up myself, yeah?
I won't touch a thing, I promise. So please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims?
He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the annoying obstructive flamming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes! There's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A. Is it? Oh, yeah, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry, I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. Got another test this week? Studying is kind of a bitch. I'm sorry, dude. What kind of test is it? And yeah, studying was never my strong point either. I kind of just winged everything, which is why I pretty much just scraped by. But hopefully it goes easy for you. Goes well. Hopefully it goes well for you, and that after all the studying, it'll be easy. There we go. Okay, something for a job. What kind of job? So you're talking about like a what's the word I'm looking for? Some kind of assertion? No. What's the word I'm thinking of? Assessment. Assessment test. That's what I'm thinking. It's an assessment test so that they can get a feel for your skills. Got it. So you can swap jobs. Okay. Well, what job are you swapping to? And what job are you swapping from? Both interesting questions, but yeah, hopefully you don't have to study too much and you pass it with flying colors. I believe in you, that guy. But Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runo found it first!
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly.
He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Or Gregsy. Bup da ba da ba. Sorry, I don't need to sing. The music's there. The Ferris wheel. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There will be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo.
Oh, we invented the roller coaster. Go, Runo. Alright, the Taj Mahal? I guess we can look at that too. Why not? There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Runo? I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written specially. And see if it couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master Ninjas.
Bartitsu. Bartitsu? Bartits me? Bartitsu. Okay. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Oh, well that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chonmej top knot I could introduce you to.
Chonmege!
I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm sure.
Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you?
Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Alright, now let's go to the main piece. Oh, balloon. We're gonna look at that next, though. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing toward the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Amen to that, dude. More truer words not been spoken. Alright, let's look at the balloon. So those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please!
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Don't blame you, Runo. Don't blame you at all. Alright, anything else to examine? I literally don't see anything else. It's like one giant piece. Da, 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 da. There's a bow right here. Why can I not examine that? That feels really important. Know what I mean? I guess it could be part of this. Oh, it's part of the decoration right here. I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. Alright, that's... Oh, did you figure out what it was? No? Can I present to you this drawing? I forgot who... Oh, he gave this to me. What am I doing? As a detective, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, I know. You already saw it. Cool. What about this? No, I don't want to present it. Inspector, have you read this paper?
Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts in the back. This one at the exhibition, and the Reaper getting attacked.
I know. Terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it?
I tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was late and up and got a roasting from the super.
Some mornings are like that, aren't they? Dun, dun, dun. Can I show you this? This is the symbol of a defense lawyer where I come from, Inspector.
Well, it doesn't pass muster here in London. You might as well chuck it in the deep fat fryer.
No one's ever said that to me before. Mr. Sum suggested I feed it to a dog, though.
If you fry it first, you can feed it to me.
Does he think it's made of potato? As far as I'm aware, that's all I can do. I didn't see anything else to investigate here. Da 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 da. I feel like there's like a tiny sliver of something I'm probably missing. Also, I don't like this angle of looking like straight up into the sky. It kind of gives me a little bit of vertigo in my legs. I guess we're moving. Where are we moving to? Prison, maybe? Oh, he's not even here. Okay. Well, then what about Sholmes' suite? What has Sholmes been up to? Nope, he's not here. Where am I going? How about my office? I haven't been here yet. This kind of reminds me of the RD2 electric chair quest. Is that Red Dead 2? RD2? 22nd October, Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's Anything Consultancy opening for business again! That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. I've done a lot of studying in these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. Can't wait to start practicing again. Nothing's changing here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan. I wanted to keep it ready for Miss Susato, in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So I've just left everything the way it was. Oh, I see, right. And there was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Bruno. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean. Iris, this isn't the time or the place to bring up my tidiness. Or lack of it. Cool. Well, she's not going to help me, and I'm clearly in the wrong place, I guess. Oh, this was Susato's desk, I think. It's Miss Susato's desk. It's just a table with a chair in the corner. I suppose it won't get used now that she's gone back to Japan. We'll just have to wait here patiently for its old friend to return. Even now, I sometimes find myself pouring a cup of tea for Susie by mistake. Ah, that explains why I sometimes find a steaming cup on her desk here. It shocks me every time. But it's just one of your pranks, I see. It's no prank! I miss her! Gotcha. You miss her. Noted. What am I doing in here? Why am I looking around? Where am I supposed to go? What did I miss? Da, 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 da. No, I already went to Sholmes' suite. Whoops. I feel like I'm missing something at the stage then because I didn't get like any kind of dialogue to continue, you know? Usually it's like if you do everything somewhere, it'll be like, okay, we should probably go here or there, so what did I miss here? Oh, I forgot to talk to her. Whoops. No, I did talk to her. Can I present her some stuff? What about this? Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Hee! Looking for this, Otto? When did she do that? I wonder if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? I can't do her voice. I don't know why. I can't figure out the sweet spot that is Gina Lestrade's voice. Give that back first, please. Okay, so it's just gonna do that. Okay, now it's gonna do that again. I cannot do her voice. Stop taking my evidence. I'm definitely missing something here. This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer. And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade. In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Otto. I could call you Defender Nara Otto if you like, but it don't really trip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Well, thank you. Cool. Appreciate that little bit of information. Can I go in here, please? It's the sign. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Runo. It's time you got used to our measurements. Yes, well, this thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. I feel like you're right and oh, I can look up? Oh. I didn't know I could look up. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Dunno, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Maybe we should go talk to... Okay, finally, progress. Got it. Runo, listen! What? What is it? I've been thinking. That's dangerous. Hurley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper! About what happened to Lord Van Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Soames at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need! What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussbells. What is this supposed to mean? Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We can go now if you'd like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? I see that. You want the wig? Alright, you can have the wig. Ugh. Give me 1 second. Actually, I'm not sure which way is forward. I can cosplay now. Yeah, it looks like the right way. I'm blonde now, guys. There you go, that guy. I'm gonna give this until it starts making me super itchy.
Yes!
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo.
Madam Tussbells? I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Alright, goodbye, Jaina. Love you. Thinking about the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton last objection theme. What a banger. I've heard good things about that game, not just from you. I think someone else dropped by once to talk about it. Unless that was you, because that person's name also was that guy. So maybe it was you. I don't know. But yeah, I have heard that it is a banger. I'll say that. 22nd October, Madame Tussbells Museum of Waxworks. Okie dokie. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
Wax models? I don't know why. I read about dead bodies in wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called a adipocere.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very What now?
I've just remembered something else I read. In another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh!
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. Oh god. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Especially that one with the guy in the hat and the coat and the weird gun. I wonder who could it have been. That explains a lot. I was wondering when you'd show up again. I didn't realize that it was you and you'd changed your name. I think it used to be like that guy in a series of numbers. Wait.
What is it?
Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Well, I see a hand. Shall we start with that? Bro, that's hilarious. I don't know. I've actually seen another that guy drop by here, but that could have been you as well. It was me all along, Luigi. That's funny. Well, welcome back, dude. It's good to actually reconnect again. Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno, stop scaring me!
Is it a wax arm or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels!
Objection! I guess he's not gonna poke it. Giant curtain, I guess. I don't know. That big, heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes! That's the famous Tussbells special exhibit! It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money to be even more terrified? Ooh, let me think about that for a moment.
It was only a suggestion.
I never left, though. I believe that. I don't know. I want to keep examining. But I believe that, yeah. Because there was another that guy that came by, which... He didn't sound like you, but maybe it was you. Maybe I could have just been tripping balls, as they say. Is this some infamous murderer?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
I knew it. You can't tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes.
Ah!
What's the matter, Bruno?
I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I still think it has to be there for a reason. Alright, okay. Bathtub there. Cool, got it. Can I read the board? Nope. The board's done. Alright. Look in the mirror? Nope. Talking about Allie? No. He's been Allie since I met him. There was another guy that stopped by once that was that guy. Which I think might have been you. No, I'm not examining that. I want to go this way. Let's talk to these two guys. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. I guess they're not gonna talk to me. That's cool. Ugh, is this an example of Western Sujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
I still find hilarious that you think me and me were two different people. I'm glad you got a kick out of it, sir, but you changed your name, and I'm not one to assuming two different names are going to be the same person. So in my defense, that is my defense. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword?
I still don't know, no. I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Doing that Sujigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I've no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. That looks like the real Jack the Ripper. Oh, I can look at the shoe for some reason? Okay, let's look at the shoe.
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder.
Let me guess. It's a stepladder?
What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just in Japanese. We have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Bruno. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize step ladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. What are you doing, stepladder? I'm positive only Ronins do that on bystanders. Bystander. I think you meant bystanders, but does that mean Ronin are bad? Because that doesn't sound like a good thing. But we'll talk to this guy. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really?
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know! But look, Bruno, you can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle.
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit, either.
Really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. Alright, if you only knew, yeah, if only I knew. Ronins are swordsmen who aren't samurais. Ah, okay, I see. Samurais are certified swordsmen of a certain family who are certified by the shogun. Like, it's like cowboys and sheriffs. Got it. Got it. So, yeah, a lot like the Wild West, where, like, anyone can have a gun, but the lawmen are the sheriffs who have the guns, and then there's everyone else. I guess in Japan they just called everyone else Ronin. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me. Baruto has something he needs to ask you. Ah, a question. And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable, a mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zieks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Alright, well, we're gonna talk to you anyway because you're irritating me. Man, Sherlock and Herschel would have made a really good duo. Herschel's the one from Professor Layton, I take it? I can't remember the names from that one. I mostly just remember Layton, honestly. It's been a while since we talked about it. What is this place? Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptor would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. Is Herschel Professor Layton's first name? I'm assuming at this point. That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here are... They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place! Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxworker, is he? Ah, okay. His full name, Professor Herschel. Okay, cool. London's famous archaeologist. Yeah, I mean, I don't know Professor Layton's personality, but anyone working with this guy here is bound to be something else. Especially if they can tolerate him. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous Iris to consider. Oh, Hurley! I'm so hungry! If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. And back to being waxwork. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Again, PL versus PW is a good entry point. No, you told me about that. I'm just not familiar with Professor Layton's personality at the moment. So if you're saying that him and Layton would have been a good duo, I'm going to take your word for it, because I know only half of that. Something to ask you. Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zieks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Fade to dark. Perfect. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zieks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it is that happened to make Lord Van Zieks such a different person. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well... I'm sorry. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Oh, hello. Where does she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we? Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork. Wow, you're the Madame Tuspels? Ah, fuck, it's Darklaw? I don't know who that is. Bien so, though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madame in name only. It has a certain
Je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then?
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before, about something being afoot, right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
haven't we got enough on our plate already? Alright, let's chat with the witch. That reminds me, did you look into TA Storm? What was TA Storm again? Sorry, if I said I was gonna look into something and forgot, I really apologize. I'm all over the place these days, so it's hard to remember things sometimes. Not to mention my memory in the first place is absolute garbage, but... Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tussauds?
I did. I'm the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. The fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeliness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive.
Wow. Voices bleeding together.
In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Turnabout Storm, the Ace Attorney fanimation. I have not, no, I'm sorry. I haven't actually started a lot of series, because I just don't have time. I can usually watch like 1 or 2 episodes of something before bed, but that makes the longer ones take like a really long amount of time, so... I might have to look into it, this weekend I'm busy, next weekend I'm busy, and the weekend after that. I might have time the weekend after that. It depends. We'll see.
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry! Perhaps I should have eased you into things.
What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model? He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the audition of a world-famous great detective.
All words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment.
words to that effect?
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning.
Or something, or words to that effect.
There we go. It's around 6 hours of content, 6 episodes, an hour or so each. Alright. There's also the sequel, Elements of Justice, which isn't done yet. Around 9 hours of content is out, though. Damn, look at them one-upping themselves. Good for them. I'm glad it was at least popular enough to get a sequel. But where do you find that? Like, on a anime watching site, like Crunchyroll or something?
It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is! He must have something to redeem!
Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Just YouTube? Okay. Yeah, easy enough then. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Bien sûr.
I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned to me a little... Oh, he disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah! Who said that? Oh, was it you? There you are.
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. It's fan-made, so it's on YouTube. That makes sense. I had to think about that again. TA Storm is almost 10 years old. Wow. Well, Phoenix Wright did come out on the Game Boy Advance originally, so I guess that's not too surprising. The fan stuff is bound to be pretty damn old. EQJ is around 3, still coming out though. Must have started during the pandemic, but then again, if I was locked in my house and I had a project like that available to me, I'd probably work on that a lot too. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though, please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is the Tuspel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Ah, absolutely no. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain?
Ah,
I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a second.
I'm just going to pronounce the French stuff wrong anyway. Ba-ba-ba! Number 139. I must confess I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? Well then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah! She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. The Great Deduction. The game is at foot. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Waxworks. Fate. Alright, before I start that, let me catch up. TA Storm is kind of crusty with its animation, writing, and voice acting is... Well, TA Storm is kind of crusty with its animation. Writing and voice acting is great. EQJ is great all around. Hell, 9 hours of original animation, writing, and voice acting. Okay. The first trial of EQJ is my favorite so far, though, and I did love how they wrote Athena in her solo trial. I'm glad they included her, yeah. Can't wait to see what they'll do with Apollo if he gets his solo trial. The right gang were written in a top-notch way. Apollo and Special. Okay. So, keep expectations low with TA, at least when it comes to the animation. But then EQJ, I can get excited about, especially you said the first one. Okay. I will try to keep that in mind once I have time to go look it up. Let's see. Doctor Who, Dr. Me, Dr. 2. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200. That is all my own money! So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200. None! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Sold for cash. I find that hard to believe, but got it. Waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe the neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence, a tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it on to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Waxwork location. 2 steps to the right, is what he said. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Don't worry, I'll help you out, buddy. Nick, Athena, Apollo, and Trucy are there. So the Phoenix Wright 4-5 crew. Excuse me. TA Storm is around Justice for All. EKJ is around. EQJ. Wow, I cannot say letters apparently. EQJ around Spirits of Justice. Okay, that's cool. I haven't played Spirits of Justice in a long time. I should probably get back to that. Even Layton shows up in EQJ, though it's technically not the Professor Layton. Oh, it's an... Oh, wow. Sorry. I'm just not reading it right. I'm sorry. EOJ, Elements of Justice. Got it. I forgot. But I'm glad that they even include Layton. That's pretty cool. Took a hold of that fan fiction for themselves. Okay. Let's help him out. Renosuke. Iris. Tuspels. Oh, she's ready to burn him. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley, you have! And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up 1 point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Automole. I'm sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Automole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So, it is quite a lot, then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down? The bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tussbells vents her anger. Just what was I waiting to hear, my dear fellow? So, Madame Tussbells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Course correction. Let's go. Alright, let's do this again. One more time. One more time. From the top. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds.
That is all of my own money.
So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tussbells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for 200 pounds.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax? If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Note on the wall.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tussbells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. Wait, what day is it?
What?
This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Were they expecting me to... Okay, well this is obviously it. So let's just present.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. Ah! 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it.
The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have.
In summary, then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow is, of course, the 200 pounds. Hold it! So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes round.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yeah, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down, or he's just gonna say something mean to us again, because he's an asshole.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tussbells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Dun, 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 dun. It's interesting seeing things from these angles. Oh, am I looking around her? Oh. I was looking in the background. I don't know why. long hair braid? Madame Tussbells has very long hair, doesn't she?
Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at her from the front.
You know, it looks rather like a whip, don't you think? The sort of whip that could have floored the gentleman with a single crack?
That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Bruno.
Wow. That is a man's hand or something.
This is just Madame Tussbells' right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look!
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
Giggity. Oh, no, never mind. She's too young for that. You mean... it's made of wax? I guess it's gotta be that then, huh?
Take that!
Looks shocking to me, that's for sure. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
How could you...
The hand protruding from... oh, what? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that, in fact, it's a left hand.
Oh,
And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model.
yeah. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean that arm...
Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir.
No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch from a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was not unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Kidnapped! Oh, yeah, we still have this other one. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly...
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe his neckerchief. Hold it! According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to the other policeman that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well,
Well, uncovering secrets isn't any true detective's nature, of course.
right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tussbells' reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. That's what I thought. He's missing an arm. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Ah, well that settles that then.
Right, this isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. Duh.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year.
She keeps losing her accent, I apologize for that, but...
I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork.
Oh, but you...
Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrett's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from this museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds? Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea comes up.
Crops up. Whatever. That's funny.
Take that!
Whoops. I didn't mean... I meant to press it, but it was obviously the... That was funny. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, the splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tuspels?
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm? Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, the secret sign used by the detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Wow, can't keep talking, can you?
Of course, because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. Dun dun dun! Alright. Oof. Sorry, my head was getting itchy under that thing. I don't know how cosplayers keep those things on for hours at a time, man. More power to you guys.
All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I am gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically it was.
Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you do please.
Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Alright. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose? Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor.
Not a name I've heard before. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The Professor case happened at around the same time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Barak Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying...
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life?
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Welcome back, Mochi. Welcome back. Thank you for the Zoidberg. Gotta love his lobster ass. Why are you dead, though? Are you tired? You exhausted physically? You mentally exhausted? How did your appointment go, by the way? Were they actually there, and did you get what you needed? Who's the Professor, then?
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After the 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Oh, wait, of course. What Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh, gosh!
It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zieks. No, I don't believe it. Van Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor. And eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit.
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Definitely been a pleasure. She's the hottest one so far. They were actually there, but not at all helpful. In fact, I'm more stressed out than before. What... Well, obviously you don't have to share if you don't want to, but... Like, what did you go there for? Like, was something wrong? Were they supposed to give you, like, a new job or something, or... I'm sorry you have to go through it, though. That's never a fun thing. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Oh, here we are?
It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barrick.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barrick, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course. I fully understand. Thank you, Barrick.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. I think Van Zeeks is probably my favorite voice to do. It's just low and British. I mean, that's a horrible way to describe it, but it's true. We're gonna save over this file, and then what time is it? I can start a little bit, I guess. I want to see where this starts at. All right, let's go. Oh, this is the 23rd? That means at noon she's going to meet the ransom person. It's going to be interesting. I basically have to go in every 2 weeks to check in. In other words, I have to go in so they can make sure I'm applying for jobs. That's... okay. That sounds pretty straightforward. I mean, I get the stress of having to check in constantly to make sure you're applying. But I'm sorry they weren't helpful for whatever you needed them to be. I mean, it sucks when a government agency is kind of like, well, we can't really help you. You just gotta figure it out yourself. Anyway, 23rd October, 8:52, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo.
Good morning, Professor Harebrained.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity.
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
I command blah 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 blah. Oh, I hate not knowing who it is, so I can't do the right voice. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Herlock Sholmes?
Indeed, sir, I am he. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany.
Ah, yes, Rance Magazine is on sale in Germany, too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in The Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the Speckled Band.
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh? I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills at observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know? Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super-high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? So I have a crazy client? Is that what we're getting at here? It's just this is supposed to be a disability employment agency, meaning they give extra support than normal places, but it's just them hounding me. That does sound quite opposite to what it's supposed to be for. I'm sorry. I wish I had something to say, but that just really sucks. I think they just need you to get a job so you can... Maybe if you got a job, they would, you know, leave you alone for a good amount of time, but... I don't know. I'm not a professional at all. I'm not sure what you should do. That's a tough situation. But how can an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley! Well, looks like you're on your own today, Runo, but chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
Ah, that sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Like, the whole appointment was her being like, look at all these job opportunities. I have a job, but it's not enough to live off of, so I need another. And do you have to, like, use the opportunities they give you? That's weird. I don't get the rules there. But maybe I'm just out of it right now, because I'm tired. Aw, thank you. I needed that. I'm curious to see what today's fun fact is, too. 23rd October, 9:10, the Old Bailey Courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are still sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrine. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord.
6 months out of practice, and what's more, without Susato-san today. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual?
So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman.
Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeus. But the jury fuck me in the ass.
Unanimously found him not guilty. Okay, I'm okay. I'm good. I figured it out. I got my tongue to work. Kinda wish I knew what to say, but I honestly got nothing. My job pays decent, but I want to move away from it. Brings me a few too many memories of somebody. That sucks. I'm sorry that you want to move away from a decent job just because of some bad memories. I mean, if you have to, you have to, because sometimes it's tough, I get it, but it's just a bummer. My job pays pretty well, but it's soul draining. Every time I go to work, it just feels like... Every time I leave my room, it's still on my mind, and I'm just like, boy, I wish I could go home, and I'm still home! But work is just so stressful sometimes. Anyway. Mochi's fun fact, J is the only letter that doesn't appear on the periodic table. That's believable. I believe it. That's just kind of crazy because it's such a large table. Honestly, kind of impossible to work on that field. Just get reminded. That's tough. Changing a whole career, like, it can be tough. I'm not saying it can't be done. It's just, you gotta prepare yourself for those hurdles and obstacles, man. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Miss Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrine.
Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people.
How much you want to bet they ain't random? You're gonna see one face in there that you fucked over before, and she's gonna be like, ah.
Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do his voice.
I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances.
Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides' defense, and, then settle on one. That's it, is it? I got corn in my teeth. Is that the dude that was sleeping in the frickin'... I told you there was gonna be at least one face you recognize, dude. Old dude from the museum, sleeping. Anyway. Jay is also the name of the Silver Ranger from Ghostbusters. Jay Stick. You do know the most Power Rangers information, that guy. I didn't forget that. I get not being able to go back to a job you once loved. Yeah, it's rough. To be honest, I didn't really love my job. It was fun, but I just felt like an outcast. I was starting to open up and feel better there thanks to her, but now I just can't work there. Yeah, that's rough, dude. I don't know what to say to that one, because it's kind of relatable, but at the same time, that's rough. Like, getting out of a career, I wouldn't wish that on someone.
One like this matter. One like this at all.
That's not his voice. That's the police killer Ottermole look-alike. Again. And he's exhausted as ever, it seems.
Now, as I'm sure you are all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening.
Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One is science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord.
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity, and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled.
Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking.
Also, the whole world idea is absurd. A hypothesis would never stand up for discussion.
Okay, that's his voice. That is his voice all the way. I love that. That's fucking fantastic. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm really gonna keep that one. Honestly, I get my workplace trips or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes it just makes it difficult. Bonus fun fact. Humans can't taste food without saliva. Really? No, I believe that one. Yeah, I do. I do believe that one. Because the saliva is what starts to break down the food, like starts to digest it, so it's what pulls the flavor out of the food, I would assume. Unless the food has water on it, and then it's just going to instantly become saliva. Like, you know, because you put your water in your mouth. It's not dry. They also can taste food by their smell. Yes, that's true. You really said another. I'm spending 6k points on those. Wow. He wants all the fun facts tonight. That's awesome.
Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field?
Yeah,
My word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is difficult.
yeah, I love that one. I love that voice. I love it. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What is the prosecution's view on the matter?
The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What?
Order! Order!
The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government.
If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmon's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Gladly, my lord. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. You want to share fun facts to that guy? That's funny. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation.
Albert Harebrain, scientist.
You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, alright. An incredible explosion.
But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it, they must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team.
Alright. So, got glasses, we got fancy suit, we got a little wound here. These were the straps he was attached to in the machine, right? Yeah.
This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photographic evidence. The photograph is evidence. There we go.
Mochi fun fact, penguins can jump as high as 9 feet in the air. Wow, those penguins have some hops, dude. Penguins are also the only bird that commit kidnapping on the basis. Said kidnappings tend to end on 70% of hatchling mortality. Do you mean on a regular basis? Because if so, that's still an interesting fact, I would admit. Photograph of him, he had the sentinel beamed, shows an apparent stab wound in the chest.
As the court said, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asmon. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting him aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right, that must be it, my splendid machine. My poor splendid machine.
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage!
Well, that being the case, how can the facts be established? How could it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act?
Extremely simply, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor.
Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How could he possibly think that? What a fucking dick! That guy's a dick! Anyway. Mochi fun fact. For every non-porn webpage, there are 5 porn pages. I'm gonna go with true. True on that one. Yeah, true. I'm gonna need a source on that one, because personally I think it's at least 25 for every non-porn page. That's funny. 30% of all data transferred across the internet is porn. Again, yeah, gonna go with true. True on that one as well. Absolutely. I would believe that. Interesting. I don't know how true. I'm gonna go with just true. Just straight up true. Just gotta go with true. I think you're lowballing, but sure. That's funny. Alright,
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
witness testimony. A front for murder.
The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest right where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that.
Wow, that was a terrible accent, man. Right at the end there, it was bad. It was really bad. As long as it's not ball busting, that's funny. You guys are funny. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, 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 and no! That couldn't be further from the truth.
I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
My word. One assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower, then?
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. Mochi fun fact, Napoleon Bonaparte's penis was stolen, posthumously. If that makes it any better, the genitalia was removed from his body by his doctor during autopsy. You're the second person to tell me that. Well, I'm wondering who the first one is, because that's pretty funny. But, I'm not surprised. Napoleon was a French conqueror with some renown, so, you know, cut off a part of his body after he dies, make a little pocket money. I get it.
No, not considering the sharp motor weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
Oh, don't say the A screwdriver. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record.
Your request is granted, counsel.
Autopsy report. Well, I can't look at it yet.
I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance.
I'm definitely having him keep that. Definitely having him keep that. I don't care what anyone says. I didn't check this, did I? I just see glass on the inside, him still attached. I don't know. I don't see anything that odd about this picture, but I have a feeling I will. Maybe the glass back here. Alright, autopsy. Coroner. Is this going to be important? Courtney Scythe. Details of victim, name, Odie Asmund, 47, British, time of death, 21st, around 2:20 p.m. Cause of death. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observations. A broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. Okie dokie artichoke. No. No, no. Sorry, I thought I was having a thought, but I was not. Mochi weird fact. Crocodile poop was the first contraceptive. Do I really want to think on who discovered that? No, I don't want to think on that. Let's try to forget that one. That's going to get stuck in my head and wonder a lot of questions.
And the only other person on the site was Mr. Asmund was a disgraceful schizoid scientist.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to take otherwise, really.
He can be Arnold. I don't do a good Arnold, but you know what? It's worth a shot.
Very well. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Cross-examination. A front for murder. It's 11:13. I've been streaming for 4 hours. Okay. I'm actually going to save it here. So before we get into this, I'm going to call it a night because I'm exhausted. But I had a good night. It was fun. I enjoyed the fucking old guy's voice. It's my favorite. Anyway, that guy, fun fact, it's not original Rangers made by the same studio that made the original suits for Geki Ranger. There's a lot of stuff in there I would need more facts on to understand, but good for Jungle Fury, that's all I can really say. It was inserted, you know where, I believe, to create a barrier. Oh god. Oh god, Mochi, stop sharing fun facts. It's gonna, oh my god, I'm not gonna sleep tonight. Anyway, so let me see who's on that I can raid. I know I don't have a ton of people, but every soul counts. I don't know if Drew changed his name because that doesn't look like my Drew, but I don't know who that is. I'll just send you guys to Riley. Uncle Riley's cool. He's a nice guy. He was playing Eternal Darkness when I raided him first, and he's super friendly. He's really cool. He's playing Silent Hill 4 right now, which is a fun game. Did I spell that wrong? No. Oh, that's why. Okay. There. So while that kind of counts down, just some quick shout-outs and thank yous to... first, I want to do the resubs. So, Allie, really appreciate that resub. Thank you so much. What is that, 17 months? Dude, you are awesome. Spooker for the resub, 18 months. That was very generous of you. Or, that's very nice of you. 18 months, long time. Sorry, I was going down to the next one where someone gave out a gift sub from Norman Fox to Bougie. So, thank you so much for the gift sub. That's one of the first... I don't get a lot of those, but those are fun to see. So thank you so much. And then just chatters. Big shout outs to that guy and Meg for hanging around for so long. Love you too. And then Norman, Spooker, Allie. My chat doesn't go back that far, but thank you so much to all you guys. If I missed you, I'm sorry, but you guys are great. Discord next time for sure. Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out. But for now, just stay healthy, stay safe, stay hydrated, take care of yourselves, so that I can talk to you guys next time, which is hopefully going to be probably Wednesday. I'm not sure what I'm going to play, but we'll figure it out then. So until then, again, everything, you guys are awesome. I love you all. You're so cool. So have a good night, and I'll talk to you later.
Understand your feelings, but have you noticed? There are 3 rooms with bloody beds. Oh.